Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up the crew in the area. Still love you like that. No, no, we don't die. Yes, we multiply. Anyone press will hear the fat lady sing. Act like you know Rico. I know what Bo don't know. Touch them up and go. Oh, cha-cha-ching ching. Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Excuse me, Mr. Officer. Still love you like that. Extraordinary, juice like a strawberry. Money to burn, baby, all of the time. Cut the fit, it's me. Fit to cut the shit. Come juggle with me, I say every time. Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Dial emergency number. Still love you like that. Na 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 na. So we do it, man. Na 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 na. Hey, start like a jackrabbit, finish in front of it. I'm the 90s Jack, that's it, understand? I'm the daddy of the Mac, daddy. Is a lucky thing God made me. Ain't no homie gon' play me. Top celebrity man. I'm the lyrical gangster. Excuse me, Mr. Officer. Still love you like that. No, no, we don't die. Yes, we multiply. Anyone test will hear the fat lady sing. Act like you know G-Go. I know what Bo don't know. Touch them up and go. Oh, cha-cha-ching-ching. Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up the crew in the area. Still love you like that. Na 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 na. Yeah, man. So we do it. Na 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 na. Right? Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up all
It truly feels like there is always something going on when it comes to Cracker Barrel, doesn't it? This has to be one of the most talked about restaurants, and I can understand why. In January of 2019, I made a video talking about the success of Cracker Barrel. It was their big 50th anniversary celebration year. They were mostly well liked and consistently growing, with many of their key financial figures reaching all-time highs. Well, it turns out that I may have made that video right around the peak of Cracker Barrel. Perfect timing for it, because over the past 6.5 years, things have been concerning. Maybe the most jarring thing that I can show you is the value of the company. In early 2019, Cracker Barrel was valued around $4 billion on the stock market. Lately, it has been hanging around $1.4 billion, meaning anybody who bought the stock back then would have lost about 2/3 of their money, while investing in the overall market would have more than doubled your money. So not a great investment there, reflecting that many people have lost their faith in the restaurant. Part of that lack of faith stems from the fact that their earnings have fallen and continue to move in the wrong direction. Even that strong figure there that stands out in 2021 is mostly due to leaseback agreements. They sold 62 of their properties and leased them back from the people that they sold them to, reporting a gain in the process that does not reflect their restaurant operations. Their revenue has actually been higher than ever. However, that may be a little deceptive because the higher sales figures are mostly due to price increases. Lately, they've been experimenting with adjusting prices based on the area, raising them in certain markets while lowering them in others, but overall, they have gone up quite a bit. In that last video, I say that their average check per guest was $10.48. That has since increased to over $14. I know, I'm showing a lot of numbers here, but the core of the issue is that Cracker Barrel has been losing customers. People are not eating there nearly as much, and that is just about the worst problem that a restaurant can have. Even the leader of the company has said, "We're just not as relevant as we once were." So in this video, instead of making a list of the reasons behind the decline like I would normally do, I think it would make more sense in this case to be more casual and simply talk about what has been happening with Cracker Barrel over these past 6.5 years. In October, this video is sponsored by Incogni. Protect your privacy today by taking your personal data off the market. Simply go to incogni.com/companyman, and the first 100 people to use the code COMPANYMAN will get 60% off. The link is in the description. Wawa is quietly one of the most successful, well-liked businesses in the United States. If you don't know, they are a chain of convenience stores along the same lines as 7-Eleven, but with many key differences, including the fact that they are much smaller. Forbes has estimated their revenue to be around $15 billion a year, which I would say is incredibly impressive considering Wawa stores can only be found in 6 states. They are all around the eastern part of the country. It originated in Pennsylvania, but can now be found in New Jersey, Delaware, Virginia, Maryland, and most recently, Florida. They've been making a big push into there over the past decade and have announced plans to soon expand their reach further west into Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky. Wawa has been steadily approaching 1,000 locations and has expressed intentions to almost double that by the year 2030. That would be an aggressive expansion plan. See, as of right now, it's one of those stores that you either know very well or not at all. So for the people who are unfamiliar with Wawa, you may have one opening near you sometime soon. So I thought it would be cool if I could be your introduction to them. Plus, it is an impressive story of a unique company with an overall positive reputation. Here, let me try to express how much people like Wawa. Despite their small size, they have been given attention from big-time celebrities. Notably, Kate Winslet said it almost felt like a mythical place, and Johnny Knoxville has the logo of the chain prominently tattooed on his shoulder. In 2015, Market Force polled almost 7,000 customers in a study that resulted in Wawa being ranked as America's favorite convenience store chain. Clearly, there is a lot of hype surrounding this place, so I would sure like to try to explain where it all comes from by identifying what I believe to be some of the biggest reasons behind their success. Starting off with dairy.
Hi, welcome to another Cold Fusion video. It's a distant fact now, but Enron was once the 7th largest corporation in America. They revolutionized trading and the energy market. They were far smarter than their competitors, and their business was intricate and too complex for the average person to understand. Except, in reality, it was all a big scam filled with lies, fraud, and political manipulation. Enron was the biggest scam in US history. The fallout from the scam was monumental. Billions of dollars stolen, thousands of lost jobs, dozens of convictions, one suicide, and the unveiling of a very public display of corporate greed that shined directly into the heart of corporate America. This is the story of how one company took 10 years to grow to $60 billion in value, and then, in less than a month, go bankrupt. This is the story of Enron.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
Enron began as an energy supply company mainly dealing with natural gas. Eventually, the company moved on to trading, making energy deals in power, and then later moving on to broadband and even trading the weather. They were Wall Street's darling, the company that could never lose, and its stock price kept growing year on year. The company was also well connected politically. For example, Enron was the single biggest contributor to the George W. Bush campaign. Bush even called Kenneth Lay, the founder of Enron, Kenny Boy, and it's with Kenny Boy that the story starts. Growing up in a poor family, Kenneth Lay's father was a Baptist priest. The young Ken would often ponder about his future, a future where he could escape his current conditions. When he grew up, he became a prominent figure in the deregulation of the energy sector. The PhD graduate spent his time as a financial analyst in the Pentagon before climbing the ranks and becoming close friends with George Bush Sr. Ken Lay would even send the Enron corporate jet to take George Sr. and his wife to their son's inauguration. As you'll see later, these favors did not go unreturned. The first red flag for founder of the company, Kenneth Lay, that something was wrong within the company came during the Valhalla scandal of 1987. Two oil traders working for Enron gambled enormously on the company's behalf, shifting money to fake accounts with names such as MyArse or MyArse. Worried auditors told Lay that they found the two traders moving money into their own accounts, manipulating earnings, and gambling on trades beyond their capacity. But instead of firing the two rogue traders, Lay made no changes. Didn't seem to matter what they were doing, as long as they were making the company money. Enron even sent them a letter saying, "Please keep making us millions." Later, the two were convicted of fraud. Ken Lay acted shocked, saying that he was not aware of their reckless gambling and theft. But as revealed later, he actually encouraged it. One of the convicted traders was sent to jail for a year, and this gave Ken Lay a big problem. One of his main moneymakers was behind bars, and he needed someone new to bring in cash. Enter Jeffrey Skilling. Skilling, Enron's new CEO, was Lay's biggest asset. When he arrived at Enron, he started moving the company in a new direction. Skilling wanted to turn Enron from a gas supply company into a stock market for natural gas. He also introduced the company to mark-to-market accounting, an idea that would allow the company to fraudulently reap billions. So mark-to-market accounting simply allows the company to write down profits in their books on the day that the deal was signed. This meant that if Enron signed a deal worth $50 million over the next 10 years, they could write $50 million in their books that day. Despite not receiving a penny, it didn't even matter if the deal fell through. Effectively, this meant that the company was worth more on paper than it had actually earned. The deals were often subjective. They could be worth whatever Enron thought they were worth. When the Security and Exchange Commission approved the accounting trick of mark-to-market for Enron, the office celebrated. They knew that this was the key to making billions. Meanwhile, Skilling was known for his Darwinian philosophy, survival of the fittest. His favorite book, The Selfish Gene, describes how greed and competition motivate human nature. At Enron, Skilling wanted to unlock these instincts in his employees. One way he did this was grading all employees on a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being the best and 5 being the worst. The thing was, 10% of all employees had to be graded a 5, and when you were graded a 5, you were fired. This created the competition that Skilling was looking for. People began to work 18 hours a day and were ruthless in their efforts to earn the company as much money as possible. Skilling famously said that money was the only thing that motivated people. Unsurprisingly, Skilling was a massive risk taker. He often went on wild adventures with other Enron executives. This includes dirt biking on dangerous trails where people often flip their cars. An executive even required stitches after a biking accident on one of these trips. Skilling said he liked guys like this, guys with a bit of edge. Lau Pai, a mild-mannered executive, was one of these guys with a bit of edge. Skilling called Lau Pai his ICBM, Intercontinental Ballistic Missile. He was CEO of an Enron subsidiary and seemed to be motivated by two things: money and strippers. Pai is an as mysterious figure as one can be in such a huge scandal. He left Enron in 2001 with $250 million and became the second largest landowner in Colorado. He left his business division with $1 billion of losses and escaped the whole scandal pretty much intact. Pai would come back later into this story, a few decades after the dust settles.
Enron Online will change the markets for many, many commodities. It is creating an open, transparent marketplace that replaces the dark, blind system that existed. It is real simple. You turn on your computer, and it's right there. And if you want to do business, you push the button. That's our vision. We're trying to change the world.
And it wasn't just internet companies feeling the fever. Enron's stock had tripled in the space of 2 years. Everyone with a little bit of spare cash was playing the stock market game. Enron knew that as long as the company met or exceeded analysts' expectations, the stock price would keep rising. And somehow, they always met or exceeded those expectations. During this time, while Jeff Skilling stood at the company's conventions telling his staff to put more of their 401k into Enron, he knew that the profits were actually going in the opposite direction. Around the world, they were losing billions on natural gas projects. Enron had poured billions of dollars into a plant in India, only to realize that India couldn't afford to buy the electricity. The site lay in ruins, but that didn't stop the executives at Enron writing down future profits for the project into their books and handing themselves massive bonuses. The analysts, the very people who were supposed to stop the corruption, fell under the spell of Skilling. The complexity of the company and the charisma of Skilling made analysts simply take him at his word. In fact, the ones that didn't were fired. The company soon began trading bandwidth after some dot-com inspiration. They made a deal with Blockbuster to provide streaming services, but the technology just simply didn't work well enough yet. The deal fell through, but Enron still wrote $53 million in their books for it. Things began to get out of control, and Enron soon began trading weather. Yes, the weather, like sunshine and rain. They would soon sell futures on the weather, essentially gambling what the temperature would be. You would probably imagine that most people would be skeptical of this, but it was activities like this that led Enron to being listed on the Fortune 500's most innovative companies list. But one reporter at Fortune would soon start asking questions, and this would later lead to the company's demise. Bethany McLean, a reporter at Fortune, was doing a piece on Enron. She had a phone call with John Skilling where she asked some simple questions like, how exactly does Enron make its money? Skilling said he couldn't answer because he wasn't an accountant, so he sent a few finance guys, including Andy Fustow, the CFO, to answer her questions the next day. They sat in the office for 3 hours poring over documents. At the end, as others had left the room, Andy turned to the reporter and said, "I don't care what you write about the company, just don't make us look bad." Andy Fustow was a character described as having no
60 Minutes Rewind.
It's been 2.5 months since Bernard L. Madoff was picked up and charged with what's believed to be the largest financial fraud in history. Yet we still don't know much more about the alleged $50 billion scam than what Madoff initially told the FBI agents who arrested him. There are still no indictments as federal prosecutors continue to unravel the case and to try and figure out exactly what happened and who all was involved. But the proof that it happened can be found in the ruined lives of thousands of victims. The one person who knows the most and is willing to talk is Harry Markopolos, the man who figured out Madoff's scheme before anyone else. He sat down with us for his only television interview.
Until a few months ago, Harry Markopolos was an obscure financial analyst and mildly eccentric fraud investigator from Boston, who most people would never notice on the street.
My modern Greek hero, how you doing?
But today he enjoys an almost heroic status, pursued by journalists and movie producers and honored by colleagues as the man who went to the Securities and Exchange Commission and blew the whistle on Bernie Madoff and his $50 billion fraud.
Thank you. Thank you. Please take your seats.
But he seems uncomfortable with all the attention and knows that he is no hero.
I stand before you, a $50 billion failure.
How many times did you send material to the SEC?
May 2000, October 2001, October, November, and December 2005, then again June 2007, and finally April 2008. So 5 separate SEC submissions.
And in spite of all of the things that you did, it still ended up in disaster.
There's nothing to be proud about in this case. I feel horrible about the result. It's been a total disaster for the victims.
It began a decade ago when Markopolos was working for a Boston investment firm. His boss told him that Bernard Madoff, a former chairman of the NASDAQ Stock Exchange, was running a huge unregistered hedge fund that was producing incredible returns. He wanted Harry to reverse engineer its trading strategy and revenue streams so that the firm could duplicate Madoff's results.
He had the patina of being a respected citizen, one of the most successful businessmen in New York, and certainly one of the most powerful men on Wall Street. You would never suspect him of fraud unless you knew the math.
So, I mean, you're like a math guy, right?
I've taken all the calculus courses from integral calculus to differential calculus, as well as linear algebra, and statistics, both normal and non-normal.
How long did it take you to figure out that there was something wrong?
It took me 5 minutes to know that it was a fraud. It took me another almost 4 hours of mathematical modeling to prove that it was a fraud.
What were the things that caught your attention?
It was the performance line. As we know, that markets go up and down, and his only went up. He had very few down months. Only 4% of the months were down months, and that would be equivalent to a baseball player in the major leagues batting .960 for a year. Clearly impossible. You would suspect cheating immediately.
Maybe he was just good.
No one's that good.
Harry said there were only 2 plausible explanations. Either Madoff was using insider information to rack up huge profits, or he was running a giant Ponzi scheme.
So either way, he was doing something illegal.
Either way, I knew he was going to go to prison.
In May of 2000, Markopolos took his suspicions about Bernie Madoff to the Boston office of the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Did you have any financial motive?
Yes. He was a competitor of mine in 2000 to 2004 while I was still in the industry. And when someone's competing on your playing field, who's a dirty player, you want him tossed off the field.
He also thought he might be eligible for a sizable reward if the fraud involved insider trading, but that turned out not to be the case.
In your first letter to the SEC back in 2000, you're a little tentative. You say, look, I have no smoking gun.
In 2000, it was more theoretical. In 2001, it was a little bit more real. By 2005, I had 29 red flags that you just couldn't miss on. By 2005, the degree of certainty was approaching 100%.
Over time, and with some simple math calculations, Markopolos concluded that for Madoff to execute the trading strategy he said he was using, he would have had to buy more options on the Chicago Options Exchange than actually existed. Yet he says no one he spoke to there remembered making a single trade with Bernie Madoff's fund.
I would talk to the people I had trading relationships with and ask, did you have a trading relationship with Mr. Bernard Madoff? And they all said, no, we don't think he's for real.
Could you find anybody?
I found no one that ever traded with Mr. Madoff, and I traded with the largest equity derivatives firms in the world.
And that's because Madoff's investment fund never actually made any trades, at least going back to 1993 and probably further. A fact confirmed last week at a meeting of Madoff investors by the trustee charged with liquidating his assets. No one knew the depth of the fraud, but a lot of people had questions.
Who else figured this out besides you?
I would say that hundreds of people suspected something was amiss with the Madoff operation. If you look at who the victims were not, you'll notice that the major firms on Wall Street had no money with Mr. Madoff.
I mean, you write in this is the letter, I'm quoting from the letter to the Securities and Exchange Commission, red flag number 20. Madoff is suspected of being a fraud by some of the world's largest, most sophisticated financial services firms. And then you list some of the firms.
Yes, I do.
The biggest firms on Wall Street, and conversations with people high up in those firms.
That is correct. And the SEC ignored that.
Did they call any of these people?
All the SEC had to do was pick up the phone. They never did.
If you had executives at the biggest investment houses in Wall Street that knew something was wrong, why do you think they didn't go to the SEC?
Because people in glass houses don't throw stones, and self-regulation on Wall Street doesn't work.
In January 2006, the New York office of the Securities and Exchange Commission finally opened a case file to look into Harry's allegations about Bernie Madoff. Despite uncovering evidence that Madoff had misled them about his investment activities, the SEC closed the case 11 months later without ever opening a formal investigation. The staff said there was no evidence of fraud.
What I found out from my dealings with the SEC over 8.5 years is that their people are totally untrained in finance, they're unschooled, most of them are just merely lawyers without any financial industry experience.
Well, if the people there aren't trained in securities work, what are they trained in?
How to look at pieces of paper that the securities laws require. They can check every piece of paper perfectly and find misdemeanors, and they'll miss all the financial felonies that are occurring because they never look there. Even when pointed to fraud, they're incapable of finding fraud.
No one at the SEC would talk to us on the record about Harry Markopoulos's allegations, but one person who seemed to have had a high opinion of the agency was Bernie Madoff.
I'm very close with the regulators, so I'm not trying to say that they can't, that what they do is bad. As a matter of fact, my niece just married one.
Besides his niece's husband, who no longer works at the SEC, Madoff has had long-standing ties to the agency and has been called upon to give advice. At this 2007 meeting of a nonprofit group called the Philoctetes Center, Madoff seemed to think the SEC was doing a great job.
In today's regulatory environment, it's virtually impossible to violate rules. This is something that the public really doesn't understand. But it's impossible for you to for a violation to go undetected. Certainly not for a considerable period of time.
But don't try and tell that to the Philoctetes Center today. Its main benefactor, the Betty and Norman Levy Foundation, was fully invested in Madoff, one of dozens of charitable organizations that have been devastated or wiped out. Madoff's customer list, single-spaced with small type, is 162 pages long, with victims running the gamut from Hollywood royalty to a carpenter's pension fund in Syracuse, New York. Shelley Ludlow has been forced to put her mother in a Medicaid-assisted living facility while she packed up their apartment to move in with a friend, all because of Bernie Madoff.
Our whole lives were turned upside down by this man that sits in his penthouse and smirks.
The same day last week, 70 miles away, Len and Marge Forrest were leaving their house that they had just sold in Setauket, Long Island, and were preparing to drive to South Florida to sell their home there. They had their money with Bernie Madoff for 30 years and lost an 8-figure family fortune 2 days before his 80th birthday.
Do you have any money to live on?
Enough, I would say, for 60 days.
Do you know other people who are in the same situation?
Oh, yes. We have a lot. Unfortunately, and I think probably the thing that tears me up more than anything is the fact that I recommended Madoff to a number of people. And and they lost their money, and I'll never stop feeling responsible for that. They were all close family and friends.
Len Forrest and his friends thought they were part of a small, exclusive group of investors lucky enough to have a connection with Bernie Madoff. And because they thought they were making 12% a year, they weren't inclined to ask a lot of questions. Harry Markopolos called it the classic affinity scam.
An affinity scam is when you prey on groups that are similar in nature to yourself. So I'm Greek. If I was going to run an affinity scam, I would run it on the Greek-American community here. Bernie was Jewish, so he ran it on the Jewish community in the United States, but that wouldn't get him enough customers because he always needed new money to keep the scheme going.
The story will continue after this.
Over time, Madoff extended his reach from New York to Palm Beach, where he enlisted hundreds of wealthy clients, many of them recruited from his own country clubs. And he also made connections that gave him entree to Europe and the hedge fund capital of America, Greenwich, Connecticut.
It was here that Bernie Madoff made some of his biggest deals with large investment firms that were willing to feed him billions of dollars of their clients' money to manage. And in return, Bernie Madoff agreed to pay these so-called feeder funds a fortune in annual fees. The largest of the feeder funds was the Fairfield Greenwich Group.
How much money did Fairfield make off Bernie Madoff every year?
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
If you're a feeder fund, what are you supposed to do for those hundreds of millions of dollars?
You're supposed to identify the world's best hedge fund managers and invest only in them, and you're supposed to make sure they're not running Ponzi schemes.
The real steroids here were the feeder funds. That's what made it an international Ponzi scheme.
Attorney David Boies is one of the most prominent lawyers in the country and is representing Fairfield Greenwich investors who lost nearly $7 billion when Madoff went under. They're suing the firm for gross negligence, claiming it failed to investigate Madoff thoroughly or monitor his activities as it promised to do in its marketing materials.
Analysis of portfolio composition, portfolio stress testing, risk management, asset verification. Do you think that really happened?
No, we know it didn't happen because we know all they did was turn the money over to Bernie Madoff, and they did that for 20 years.
They did nothing.
They essentially did nothing except lose their investors' money and enjoy very luxurious lifestyles from the money they took out.
Walter Knoll, one of the founding partners of Fairfield Greenwich, declined to talk to us and has reportedly been lying low with his wife at their compound on the private island of Mystique. But in a statement to 60 Minutes, his firm said that it too was a victim of Bernie Madoff, that it had placed too much trust in his then impeccable reputation and in the fact that there had been multiple reviews of Madoff by the SEC. In the end, Harry Markopolos had been right about Bernie Madoff. He will be going to prison, but not because of anything that Harry or the SEC did. In a bad economy, Madoff's lies simply collapsed under their own weight.
No one was investigating Mr. Madoff at the end.
So he turned himself in before anybody in a position of authority began a serious investigation.
That's typically how the SEC does it. They come in after the crime has been committed. They toe tag the victims, count the bodies, and try to figure out who the crooks were after the fact, which does none of us any good.
"60 Minutes Rewind."
Wall Street in shreds, the watchdogs fast asleep. Bonus-stuffed executives laughing all the way out of the busted banks. It's been some year. Oh, and we left out the Ponzi scheme of Ponzi schemes. Bernard Madoff's untidy little business that bilked thousands of people out of billions of dollars. While the mastermind is doing 150 years in prison, the big question is, where did all the money go? Irving Picard, the court-appointed trustee, the liquidator, is searching for the billions that disappeared and trying to recover as much as possible from Madoff's remaining assets. It's a daunting and thankless task. For while he's suing whoever he can on behalf of the victims, he's also suing many of the victims, those who he says benefited and should have known they were investing in a house of cards. Mr. Picard and his chief counsel, David Sheehan, have been largely silent about the details of the recovery until tonight.
Last November, just before the whole thing collapsed, Bernard Madoff sent out statements to his clients. How much were they told they were worth?
About $64.8 billion.
So the statements were total lies.
Yes, absolutely.
The $64.8 billion that investors thought they had was just an illusion, designed by Madoff to keep investors investing. Last December, the roof fell in.
Mr. Madoff, what would you say to all those people that lost money, Mr. Madoff?
Mr. Madoff has no say in the matter. If the victims want money back, they'll have to go through Mr. Picard, the decider, and his bloodhound, Mr. Sheehan.
How much real money do you think went into the whole scheme?
I'd say about $36 billion, and about 18 of it went out before the collapse, and 18 of it's just missing. And that $18 billion is what we're trying to get back.
So for the past 9 months, Picard and his team have been on a global treasure hunt. The first step, liquidation. Madoff's boats, his art, even his season tickets to the New York Mets, plus Bernie's various homes, all sold or about to be sold with a U.S. Marshal as real estate pitchman.
Your eyes are drawn directly to the chandelier, which is probably worth a pretty penny.
They didn't exactly hide their wealth, did they?
They did have the house in Palm Beach. They had a place in Montauk. They had an apartment here in Park Avenue in the city, all of which are the accoutrements of great wealth. But it wasn't an extraordinary lifestyle.
How much is all that total?
According to the government, it's over $50 million.
Just a drop in an oversized bucket, nothing close to what investors lost. So Picard and his team continued to follow the money. They started here.
So this was the scene of the crime.
Madoff's New York offices, an impressive landscape of emptiness.
His desk was here.
And close by, perhaps a work of art that sums up the entire story.
It was called the Soft Screw. And it was about 4 to 6 feet high. And it was sitting right here.
And sitting on top of the world was Madoff himself.
He was much like the Wizard of Oz, just hiding behind this wall, and no one could quite penetrate it, but they sort of really liked the results.
As far as you've been able to find out, was he ever legitimate?
No, it was never legitimate. And I think to be told the truth, which he's not capable of, he would then say, yes, I started out as a crook, and I ended up as a crook.
And a crook who looked after his family. Picard's team unearthed records showing Madoff's sons, Mark and Andrew, who ran a legitimate trading operation, and Madoff's brother Peter, the chief compliance officer, took $80 million in compensation over the past 7 years, plus millions more in personal expenses charged to the company, private jet rentals, ski vacations, and country club dues. Even Ruth, Madoff's wife, had a company credit card, and she charged millions too on everything from shopping sprees in Paris to movie rentals, all courtesy of Bernard L. Madoff Securities. Thank you very much.
They used the bank account at BLMIS like a personal piggy bank.
Of all the people that should have known, his brother and his sons who worked under the same roof with him should have known.
One would think so.
Yes.
Did they know?
My belief is, yes, they knew. And the reason I believe that is they were officers of these companies and directors in certain instances as well, and also compliance officers in a very highly regulated environment. So I think clearly they would have to have known what was going on, given their own personal transactions, the longevity of what was happening, and their responsibilities as officers of the company.
Madoff's sons and brother also had accounts with Bernie, and their returns were simply spectacular.
There is sort of an extraordinary event with Peter, his brother. After 1995, we only see him putting $14 in, and he took out over $16 million. We have to take a hard look at that.
Picard says Mark and Andrew Madoff withdrew over $35 million from accounts that were opened with little or no original investment.
If they turn out to be untouchable, criminally. Do you intend to bankrupt them civilly?
Whether or not they have a criminal problem, we will pursue them as far as we can pursue them. And if that leads to bankrupting them, then that's what will happen.
Picard and Sheehan told us they plan to file suit this week against Madoff's sons, Mark and Andrew, his brother Peter, and niece Shauna, accusing them of negligence and breach of fiduciary duty in their roles at the company. He'll be seeking the return of $198 million that was paid out, loaned, or transferred to them.
When his brother took out money, or his sons took out money, they took customer money.
Can you lay claim to the son's real estate, for example?
I believe that we can. The money that went to buy these houses under the law is called fraudulent transfers.
Maybe, but the Madoff sons are claiming they're still owed nearly $90 million by their father's bankrupt company.
Mr. Madoff?
Mark Madoff and the other family members maintain their innocence and declined our request for an interview.
I have no comment. I'm sorry, I can't help you.
But in a statement, the Madoff sons say Picard's allegations are baseless, that they had no prior knowledge of Bernard Madoff's crimes.
If you were those sons, and you knew what you knew today about where all that money came from, wouldn't you be embarrassed to keep that money? They should give it all back. And if they don't give it all back, I think we have an obligation to go get it and take it all back.
And that includes Mother Madoff, Ruth. Though she's already agreed to forfeit about $80 million in assets, Picard has sued to keep her on a very short leash.
At the moment, any time she spends over $100, she has to check in with you, correct?
She reports it to us at the end of a month.
And how is she living now?
Very modestly.
And the most significant amount of money that Ruth is currently spending is on lawyers.
There is an assumption in this case that there is this stash out there, whether in Swiss banks or under the mattress. Are you assuming there is?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
What kind of money are we talking about?
Would assume it millions and millions of dollars.
Millions and millions isn't nearly enough to cover the billions stolen by Bernie Madoff. But here's where the story takes an odd twist. Most of the money for victims will not come from the Madoff family, but from some of the victims themselves.
Most people assume that everyone lost money who dealt with Madoff.
Right.
Not true.
We've found that there have been quite a few people who have gotten out more than they put in.
In fact, about half of Madoff's thousands of victims are what Picard calls net winners, people who took out more money than they ever invested with Madoff.
We can tell that if Morley put in $100 and he got out $200, he got $100 of somebody else's money.
So the guy who's been happily taking $25,000 a year out over, say, 10 years, he's not going to get a dime out of this.
No.
Not if he took out more than he put in.
Well, say he put in an initial $100,000.
Then he's already got more than he put in. He's been overpaid.
And are you going to try and get the difference?
Perhaps.
And he's entitled by law to get that difference back. It goes by the nicely nasty name of a clawback. If any investor took out more than they put in over the past 6 years, Picard can legally demand it back to help victims who didn't take money out. For now, Picard says Madoff's small-time winners are not his priority. He's focusing on the big winners who claim to be innocent victims.
The story will continue after this.
That some of the big players, I believe, actually knew exactly what was going on and participated in it.
Picard and Sheehan have sued several prominent Madoff investors saying they knew or should have known of the fraud, like billionaire investor and philanthropist Jeffrey Pickauer.
He got a statement that said his return was 950%. Now, this isn't some unsophisticated rube buying these stocks and dealing.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. Many people dream about success from a young age. We see the covers of magazines featuring young entrepreneurs, those who thought different, defied the status quo, and decided to embark on a journey that led them to massive wealth and success. We all know these stories, but sometimes when someone tries to achieve success by any means necessary, it can go very wrong. Such is the story of Charlie Javice. On the surface, everything seemed flawless. Millions of dollars in funding from JP Morgan, a spot on the prestigious Forbes 30 Under 30 list, and support from industry titans like Apollo's CEO, Mark Rowan. But lurking behind this polished facade was a network of lies, deceit, and flagrant exaggerations. For a decade, Charlie carefully crafted an image that deflected nearly all controversies. But as we've seen previously on this channel, her precious house of cards eventually came crashing down.
Could be facing up to 100 years in prison accused of defrauding JP Morgan Chase out of millions.
Charlie Javice. She was a hotshot in the startup world.
Didn't scam students, but scammed the bank.
So who was she, and how did she manage to fool and defraud one of the biggest banks in the world? This is the story of Charlie Javice.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
Charlie's entrepreneurial aspirations seems to have taken root in her teenage years. She grew up in an affluent New York family, attending a well-known French-American private school in New York. The idea for her first venture came while she was still in high school. In a story strangely mirroring Elizabeth Holmes, she got her first idea after a trip overseas. For Charlie Javice, the destination was Thailand, and when she returned, she had the idea to start a microfinance product. During her visit, she recognized that people in developing nations lacked access to credit. Her solution was to have a service that offered small, low-interest and secure loans to those who are underprivileged. The result was her non-profit called PoverUp. It worked as an online platform that used microfinance for social good to, quote, end poverty with the click of a mouse. It would work by harnessing small student contributions to make loans possible. But as we'll later see, even in this, all was not as it seems. After high school, Charlie pursued a finance and law undergraduate degree at Wharton. Her venture made headlines, landing her a feature in Inc. magazine. They called her idea one of the coolest college startups. Around the same time, Fast Company listed her as one of 100 of the most creative people. This was the first time she was able to create media attention. As it would turn out, this would be the most important skill that she had. The recognition caught the eye of the Peter Thiel Foundation. They were offering students $100,000 to leave college and chase their entrepreneurial dreams. However, according to a PoverUp Tumblr post, Charlie withdrew from the competition, choosing to stay in school. Despite missing out on $100,000, the scholarship bid earned her significant media attention, way more than before. Following graduation, Javice began exploring new market gaps that required addressing. Following several business plan revisions, she finally discovered the Free Application for Federal Student Aid, or FAFSA. And this is what it is. Each year, the Federal Student Aid Office distributes over $249 billion in federal aid to 13 million students. The thing is, there's a major issue with it. The application process is notoriously difficult, causing students to leave billions of dollars unclaimed each year. Determined to assist students, she devised a solution that could simplify the whole process to an application of just 5 minutes or less.
It's totally free. That's really important to us for all students to benefit from. So a student takes a picture of their tax returns, then we do all the tax math for you. So no math errors that can put you into very complicated verification, very simple language. We take a flow that might take hours with the federal government, and most students take 4 minutes with us. So that's more or less how it works. You see how much you're eligible for, then you can go to school, feel confident, see what your bill is, and then figure out the gap to help you.
This was the core idea of what she would call Frank. As she described, quote, Frank kind of represented that as a name because it just meant honest. Using her status and connections that she'd gained from media exposure, she was easily able to find financing for her project. In just a few years, Frank had raised more than $20 million in funding and accumulated over 300,000 users. On paper, the company looked like a massive success, with Javis seizing every opportunity to promote herself as an up-and-coming star of the business world. She reflected her thoughts to Insider in 2021, quote, "I built a business and raised funds out of college, turning down a finance job, even though I was told I would fail because I didn't have business experience. But soon, major red flags began to appear." In 2017, the Department of Education issued a cease and desist letter. The reason? Frank may be misleading students into thinking that it's associated with the government's official website. Following the incident, the company changed its marketing to clarify that it had no affiliation with the US government, but this was just the beginning of the problems. In December of 2017, Javis wrote an opinion piece for the New York Times. It was supposed to be on, quote, "The 8 most confusing things about FAFSA." The thing was, the article later had to include a significant correction stating that there were multiple inaccuracies about the aid process. Now, just think to yourself, how was the CEO of a company that specializes in this exact field able to get so many things wrong? It's not a good look. The general public didn't pay much attention though, because Javis was on a media tour. She frequently appeared on articles and podcasts, so much so that it culminated in her inclusion on the Forbes prestigious 30 Under 30 list in 2019. By 2021, Javis had begun exploring the possibility of selling her venture. By the start of summer, the now famous startup founder was able to secure a meeting with JP Morgan. Eager to expand their presence in the rapidly growing niche of student financial products, JP Morgan saw Charlie Javis's company, Frank, as a great way to increase market share and secure talent to help them grow in that sector. During the meetings, Javis held nothing back, and she pitched her company as, quote, "an acquisition machine," amassing over 4.5 million customers in just 4 years. She also claimed that her company knew, quote, "more about their students than any lender, college, or employer." The pitch was a success. After a few meetings, she managed to convince JP Morgan to purchase her company for $175 million. It was an amazing payday for Charlie. Though there was one thing remaining, the bank had to do due diligence. And one of the first items on JP Morgan's due diligence list? To verify those 4.25 million customers that Charlie said she had amassed. At this point, it's important to remember that the bulk of the company's price had to do with the quality of their customer base. The higher the number, the higher the price tag that JP Morgan would be willing to pay. And something peculiar happened. Charlie refused to provide the list. She said privacy concerns. But there was another reason for this. She was hiding something. The fact was, in reality, there weren't 4 million users, but fewer than 300,000. When July 2021 arrived, Charlie needed to present the data for the deal to proceed. She was at a crossroads. Now, should she disclose the actual figures and risk losing a very profitable deal, or fabricate the numbers to guarantee the acquisition? You see, Charlie was worried because before JP Morgan, there was another bidder for the company. But after they saw the real numbers, they withdrew their negotiations. Fearing the loss of another potential buyer, she opted to falsify the data, hoping she could pull it off. According to legal documents, quote, "Javis chose each time to lie, and time and again, she layered fraud upon fraud to deceive JP Morgan." Javis needed to figure something out, and quickly. How was she going to get a customer database with more than 4 million customer emails? This is where her Chief Growth Officer, Olivier Amar, comes into the picture. Initially, Amar approached the company's top engineer to create the fake accounts, but the engineer smelt a rat and he questioned the legality of the request. Javis assured him that, quote, "no one will end up in an orange jumpsuit," but the engineer knew better and he ultimately refused. Having no other option, Charlie had a backup. She knew a guy, a professor in New York who specialized in, quote, "creative solutions for data problems." She would reach out to him for help. With the professor's assistance, they were able to create over 4 million fake accounts by using an algorithm. The algorithm created new fake customer information based on real profiles. After some tinkering, they scraped together a list. They held their breath and sent it off to JP Morgan. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, the banking giant bought it. As a thank you, Javis paid the professor $18,000 for his efforts. And now they just had to wait for their payday. But before that, they needed to cover their tracks. Charlie ordered the destruction of the fake customer list within minutes of a third party completing their analysis. Amar spent an additional $105,000 acquiring a separate dataset of 4.5 million students. This was a contingency plan just in case the other dataset failed. Once the deal closed, Javis received $10 million in compensation and was eligible for an additional $20 million retention bonus as a managing director at JP Morgan. Amar became an executive director and received $5 million as well as a $3 million retention bonus. Around that time, Charlie went onto social media to boast that, quote, "It's not every day that an entrepreneur gets her fairy tale new beginning, not ending." However, this illusion of glory ended almost as quickly as it began. A couple of months later, JP Morgan
got out of town on a boat going to Southern Islands, sailing to reach before a following sea. She was making for the trades on the outside and the downhill run to Papa Ede. Off the wind on this heading line, the Marquesas. You got 80 feet of a water line. Nice.
A child arrived just the other day. He came to the world in the usual way, but there were planes to catch and bills to pay. He learned to walk while I was away, and he was talking for I knew it. And as he grew, he'd say, "I'm gonna be like you, Dad. You know I'm gonna be like you." And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon.
didn't screw it up, did I?
No.
Okay, but here's another one I could screw up.
What is it?
Am I gonna do this by myself?
What is it?
Penny royalty.
Do it by. Are you gonna not sing?
No.
Do it by yourself.
Okay, well, I think I'll try it in a different key. I'll try it in the normal key, and if it sounds bad, these people are just gonna have to wait. We'll do it over.
Do you ever smoke that?
My time with everyone. I have very bad posture. Hey Jude.
of the Civil War was near when quite accidentally a hero who sneezed abruptly ceased retreat and reversed it to victory. His Medal of Honor pleased and thrilled his proud little family group. While pinning it on, some blood was spilled, and so it was planned he'd command F Troop, where Indian fights are colored.
Got out of town on a boat going to Southern Islands, sailing to reach before a following sea. She was making for the trades on the outside and the downhill run to the city. Walked into the door. I turned around when I heard the sound of footsteps on the floor. Laughed just like addiction. Now I'm hooked on you. I need some time to get it right. Your love's gonna see me through.
On the 6th of December, 1969, 300,000 people gathered at the Altamont Raceway in California for a once-in-a-lifetime free concert that had been promoted as the Woodstock of the West Coast. Unfortunately, many of them would end up remembering the event for all the wrong reasons. Instead of the festival of peace and love that the organisers had envisaged, the Altamont Free Concert ended in a rash of chaos and violence that left 4 people dead. In the winter of 1969, the Rolling Stones were on a tour of America, their largest and longest US tour since their formation in 1962. Throughout, critics and fans had been complaining that ticket prices were too high. Wanting to answer these protests, the band teamed up with several other artists to create a free concert, one that displayed the best that counterculture rock had to offer. Whilst the organisers hoped that this free concert might emulate Woodstock, which had taken place earlier that year and become a global phenomenon, there was one key difference. Woodstock had been planned 7 months in advance. The Altamont Free Concert was put together over the course of just a few short weeks. The concert was originally set to take place at San Jose State University. However, the university decided not to go ahead after another concert on their grounds caused significant disruption. The organisers next started planning to hold the event in San Francisco's Golden Gate Park, and, once that venue fell through, at the Sears Point Raceway near Sonoma. It was hoped that Sears Point would be the last venue change. With the concert only days away, work began on the infrastructure needed to host such a huge event. However, just as with previous venues, a problem soon emerged. Sears Point wanted a hefty cash deposit from the Rolling Stones, as well as 50% of all revenue arising from filming of the event. The band simply couldn't agree to this price tag. Just 2 days before the concert was due to begin, the location was changed for a third and final time. Despite complaints from neighbouring landowners and concerns from California Highway Patrol about the road leading to the venue, the Altamont Raceway in Livermore was chosen. It truly was a last-minute arrangement. Looking back at the massive effort that was made to move the half-built concert from one site to another, the stage manager of the Rolling Stones would later say, "We should have realised there wasn't enough time to do it correctly. That snowball had already gotten too big to control." Overnight, around 300 crew members worked to dismantle the stage, speakers and lighting at Sears Point Raceway and transport it to Altamont. Unfortunately, the last-minute nature of this change meant that many essential facilities such as toilets and a medical tent were never moved to the new site. This change of location also meant that the stage, which had been at the top of a hill at Sears Point, was now at the base of one at Altamont. As a result, the bands would be performing on a stage just barely above the heads of the crowd. This was far from ideal, but on such short notice, redesigning the stage was not an option. Hundreds of thousands of young people were expected to make their way across America for the concert. With their arrival imminent, the organisers began thinking about security. The Grateful Dead and Jefferson Airplane had both championed the idea of the concert, and they recommended the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club. As an outlaw motorcycle club, the Hells Angels had a reputation as tough, no-nonsense, and not afraid of violence. Importantly though, the Hells Angels were also available and cheap. Many sources allege that they were paid with $500 worth of beer and the promise of a good show. The decision to hire the Angels as security is widely regarded as one of the biggest mistakes made while planning the concert. By sunrise on the 6th of December, eager concertgoers had started arriving at Altamont, excited to see some of the biggest voices of counterculture rock perform. Even as they reached the site, however, preparations for the concert were still not complete. Sam Cutler, the tour manager of the Rolling Stones, described the scene. Dawn broke at Altamont on December 6th, 1969, and from the stage it looked like I was observing the camp of some dreadful invading army. The arrival of crowds meant that there was no time to set up the stage lights properly. Instead, they were propped on boxes. Some scaffolding had been erected to provide additional spotlighting, but the excitable crowd quickly began to climb these structures in order to secure a better view. As the day went on, drugs and alcohol were consumed by the crowd, and the mood at the concert became increasingly tense. When people pushed forwards to get a better view of the unusually low stage, the Hells Angels used pool cues and other improvised implements to push them back, often violently. Fights began to break out between the concertgoers and the Angels. Many people remarked that the take no prisoners approach of the Angels was unwelcome, particularly at a concert that claimed to exemplify the peace and love of the hippie movement. The tension and chaos continued to escalate as musicians took to the stage. Santana opened the concert, but were forced to stop playing when audience members jumped on stage and a fight broke out. Things only got worse when the next act, Jefferson Airplane, began to perform. The increasingly chaotic crowd knocked over a motorcycle belonging to a Hells Angel, prompting a flurry of violent scuffles. Jefferson Airplane singer Marty Balin tried to intervene in the violence, but was knocked unconscious by a Hells Angel. By the time the next act, the folk rock group Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young took to the stage to perform, tensions were incredibly high. Things only became yet more fraught when the band's singer, Stephen Stills, was stabbed in the leg with a bicycle spoke by an Angel during the set. Word of these incidents quickly reached the Grateful Dead, who made the decision to leave Altamont immediately, without performing. Their drummer, Mickey Hart, later said, "Grateful Dead music cannot happen in a situation like that. We couldn't have brought our spirits to bear to be able to do Grateful Dead music justice. And we just said, this isn't a place for us. This decision
in a snow-filled sky.
ruthless hummingbirds. Have you ever spotted a tiny bird zipping around your garden? It's
Coming from a rainy Thursday on the avenue. Thought I heard you talking softly. I turned on the lights, the TV, and the radio. Still do you remember the 21st night of September? Love was changing the mind of pretenders while we're chasing the clouds away. Our hearts were ringing in the key that our soul was singing as we're dancing the night. Remember, the stars stole the night away. My thoughts are with you, holding hands with your heart to see you. Only blue talking love. Remember how we knew love was here to stay. Now December found the love we shared in September. Only blue talking love. Remember the true love we shared today.
How melodic.
DJ! Who's that gigolo on the street with his hands in his pockets and his crocodile feet hanging off the curb, looking all disturbed as the boys from home? They all came running, they were making noise, manhandling toys. That's the girls on the block with the nasty curls, wearing padded bras, sucking beer through straws, dropping down their drawers. Where did you get yours? Gigolo, huh? Sucker, gigolo.
my mind as I sink, diving down deep, deeper into your soul. No money man can win my love, the sweetness that I'm thinking of. No money man can win my love, the sweetness that I'm thinking of. No money man can win my love. No money man can win my love.
It's a heartache, nothing but a heartache. Hits you when it's too late, hits you when you're down. It's a fool's game, nothing but a fool's game. Standing in the cold rain.
And you can feel what I'm feeling, and it's a musical masterpiece. Hear what I'm dealing with, and that's cool at least. What's running through my mind comes through in my walk. True feelings are shown from the way that I talk. And this is me, y'all. I MC, y'all. My name is MCA, and I still do what I please. And I would like to introduce. What's up? I pass the mic to D for a fistful of truth. The name is D, y'all. And I don't play, and I can rock a block party till your hair turns gray. See what you're saying? I explode on sight, I like Jimmy Walker. Dynamite! And now I'd like to pass the mic to Ed Rock. Come on and do anything you like. I'm the ADOOCK in the place with the bass. I'm going all the way. I can't stop you. Talk to you. And if you think that you're slick, you catch a break. Cause I'ma turn it in and I'ma turn it out. But now I got to pass the mic to you. Well, on and on and on and on. I can't stop, y'all, until I early morn. So rock, y'all, tick tock, y'all, to the beat, y'all. Come on and rock, y'all. I can't stop, y'all, until I early morn. So rock, y'all, tick tock, y'all, to the beat, y'all. Tick tock on. I can't stop, y'all, until I early morn. So rock, y'all, tick tock, y'all, to the beat, y'all. Come on and rock, y'all. Stop, y'all, until I early morn. So rock, y'all, tick tock, y'all, to the beat, y'all. Come on and rock, y'all. I give thanks for inspiration. It guides my mind along the way. A lot of people get jealous, they're talking about me, but that's just cause they haven't got a thing to say. Everybody rapping like it's a commercial. Everybody rapping like it's it's a commercial. Acting like life is a big commercial. So this is what I got to say to you all. Be true to yourself and you will never fall. Now I'd like to pass the mic to the A. So what's your name, yeah? My name is MCA. I've been coming to where I am from the get-go. Finding I could groove with the beat when I let go. So put your worries on hold. Get up and groove with the rhythm in your soul. And now I'd like to pass the mic to my brother Ad Rock, who wanna shine like a light. I'm always on time, nevertheless, you're and that's right, you're like a light. I'm always on time, nevertheless, you're and that's right, you're I got no time in my life to get uptight, you're so what you gonna say that I don't know already? I'm like Clyde, and I'm rockin' steady. But time flies when you're having fun, so my gang, that's me. Kimoni get some. M-I-K-E to the D. You come and see me and you pay a fee.
sound. Too strung up to sleep. Wear me out. Scream and shout. Swear my time's never cheap. I pick my life like I bleed. Tomorrow, nothing to go, nowhere to lead.
Trekkies and TV addicts. Don't mean to this, don't mean to bring static. All you Klingons in your grandma's house. Grab your backstreet friend, they get loud. Blowing doors off hinges, grab you with the pinches. And no, I didn't retire. I snatch it off with the needle nose pliers. Black kids will overhaul. What you won't you never seen before. Riding in the glaze, like Lord King, you know what get paid. Like a place with the bass, so not to be like they're in a hate, so I'm a Nick at night with pipes and running, let you know. Alright, now we ain't call no alarm cause my farm ain't fast, so what's up with that? I got friends and family that I respect. When I think I'm too good, they put me in check. So believe when they say I'm no better than you, except when I Knock.
Sista låten här, än en gång från Swedish Hits Goes Metal. Det är en låt som jag framförde live i TV inför 2 miljoner tittare på Allsång på Skansen tillsammans med Måns Zelmerlöw. Mina damer och herrar, sista låten för kväll.